The House will come to order. Members, please register. All members registered. Have all members registered? The quorum is present. The House and Gallery will please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by Pastor Scott Wall from Capital Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this morning I'd like to pray about joy. I think joy is in spite of our circumstances. We can be happy that good things happen, be sad that bad things happen, but joy is in spite of their circumstances when we know we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, what our Creator made us to do. So I want to be praying about joy this morning. So please join me. Heavenly Father, thank you. Thank you for this day. Thank you for the breath in our lungs and for the opportunity to serve the great state of Texas. In the midst of all the responsibility and debate and decision making, we pause to seek something deeper, your joy. As your word tells us, this is the day that you have made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Help us not to overlook the beauty and blessing of today, even amid the weighty matters before us. Remind us that true joy is not in possessions or victories or applause, but in walking uprightly with you and serving others with integrity. Let joy rise within us even when the hours are long and the challenges are great. Let it remind us that our efforts matter, that good work done with a glad heart can bring joy to ourselves and to others. And may this house be known not only for its laws and debates, but for the spirit in which its members serve, a spirit marked by joy, rooted in love, and guided by your hand. In your Son, Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair recognizes the Honorable John McQueenie of Tarrant County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, guests in the gallery, please join me as we honor our nation by reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now to the great state of Texas. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to...
The following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral. The clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
HB 5683 by on Chair relating to the creation of the Cedar Springs Improvement District, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. HB 5684 by Luther relating to the creation of Alvarium Ranch Municipal Managed District Number 1, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose taxes, fees, and taxes, and granting a limited power of eminent domain for the Committee of Intergovernmental Affairs. HB 5685 by Kitzman relating to the creation of a Waller County Improvement District Number 3, providing issue authority bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes for the Committee of Intergovernmental Affairs. HB 5686 by McCaff relating to the creation of Montgomery County Management Assessment District Number 3, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessment, fees, and taxes for the Committee of Intergovernmental Affairs. HB 5687 by Gertis relating to improvements made and programs developed by the Post Oak Savannah Groundwater Conservation District for the Committee on Natural Resources. HCR 135 by Tepper relating designating Slayton as the official banana pudding capital of Texas as the 10-year period ending in 2035 for the Committee of Culture, Recreation, and Tourism.
Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence Subcommittee on New Offenses and Change Penalties in a public hearing on Thursday, April 24th, 8 a.m. in room E2014 to consider HB 3231 by Kerwin relating to the prosecution and punishment for the offense of trafficking in persons, increasing a criminal penalty. SB 20 by Flores, caption relating to the creation of a criminal offense of possession or promotion of obscene visual material appearing to depict a child. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Jesse Hickland from Belton as Doctor of the Day. You might recognize the doctor's spouse, your colleague. Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial recognition. Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial recognition. Chair recognizes Mr. Turner for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules, take up and consider House Resolution 806.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Following resolution, clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 806 by Turner in the memory of the former state representative Billy Len Arnold of Grand Prairie.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if I could have your attention for a few minutes today, we are honoring the life and legacy of the late Billy Len Arnold, former state representative, educator, and civic leader, who passed away on November 27, 2023, at the age of 97. Bill Arnold was born on August 17, 1926, in the farming community of Peerless in Hopkins County. He was raised by his mother, Bessie Hope Evans Arnold, his grandparents, John and Agnes Evans, and his uncles, Marvin, Bascom, and Sam Evans. He grew up alongside his siblings, Jeff, Laska, Mary Jo, and Helen. Bill was a proud member of the first graduating class of North Hopkins High School in 1944. He served in the United States Navy aboard the light cruiser USS Columbia in the South Pacific during World War II. After his service, he earned a degree from East Texas State Teachers College, followed by a master's degree in education. In 1954, Bill moved to Grand Prairie, and he began his teaching career. Over the years, he moved up the ranks, becoming the principal of an elementary school and then a junior high school. In 1968, he was promoted to Assistant Superintendent for Business Administration for the Grand Prairie ISD, retiring in 1986 as a Deputy Superintendent. Bill was an active member of various professional organizations, including the Texas Association of School Business Officials, where he served as president. Bill Arnold was elected to the Texas House of Representatives in 1986, representing House District 106. He served 3 terms, during which he worked tirelessly for his constituents. He served on multiple committees in this House, including elections, public safety, public education, and rules and resolutions, and he was vice chair of the Public Safety Committee during the 71st and 72nd legislatures. In addition to his political work, Bill was deeply involved in his community. He was a member of the Optimist Club, the Grand Prairie Rotary Club, where he served as president, and was honored as Paul Harris Fellow, and he served as president of the Grand Prairie Chamber of Commerce. He was also on the board of the YMCA and contributed to various Boy Scouts of America fundraising efforts. Among his many honors, Bill was named Citizen of the Year, and in 2002, Grand Prairie ISD honored him by naming a middle school in his memory, Bill Arnold Middle School. Bill was supported in all his endeavors by his loving wife, Laura, with whom he shared more than 70 years of marriage. He was also very proud of their 2 sons, Brian and Brent, who are also here with us today. Bill's faith was central to his life. He was a devoted member of First Baptist Church Grand Prairie, where he served as deacon, Sunday school teacher, and on the pastoral search committees. Though Bill Arnold is deeply missed in our community, his contributions to his community, his family, and his state will continue to be remembered for many years to come. I'd like to recognize the family members here today who have joined us to honor Bill's legacy. On the dais with us are his wife, Laura, his sons, Bryant and Brent, and their 2 grandsons, Clint and Walt, and then we're also joined by Tessa and Lori, who are in the gallery this morning. I ask that you all join with me in adopting this resolution in order to pay tribute to the memory of the Honorable Billy Len Arnold. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted. Mr. Bojani moves to add all members' names to the resolution. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Members, please take your seats for memorial recognition. The chair recognizes Representative Paul for memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's an honor to rise to you before today to honor the life and legacy of Marie Flickinger, a beloved civic leader, journalist, and community advocate for Southeast Houston, who passed away at the age of 82. Known as unofficial mayor of South Belt, Marie dedicated her life to giving a voice to her community. As publisher of the South Belt Ellington Leader, which she co-founded, she exposed environmental hazards like the Brio Superfund site, protecting families and working closely with the EPA as a community liaison. Her work helped secure major infrastructure projects, including the South Belt Stormwater Detention Basin, to protect neighborhoods from flooding. Marie also broke barriers as the first woman elected to the Sanderson College Board of Trustees, where she served for nearly 30 years. She was instrumental in expanding early college high school programs. With us today on the dais are family members and colleagues who are closest to Marie and shared in her journey. Fred and David Flickinger, Leslie Flickinger, and board chair Dan Mims. Marie service extended beyond policy. She organized 4th of July parades, Christmas drives for the needy, as well as recognized by Governor Abbott in the Governor's Volunteer Award for her leadership during Hurricane Harvey. Members, Marie was a beloved person in our community that did so much beyond and above what I was talking about here. Members here today with us to honor her and thank her for her gifts, as well as the members of the on the dais, her family's here, if they would stand up. The rest of her family? Oh, in the back. Okay. But with that, Mr. Chairman, Speaker, I ask for your consideration.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, members. Chair recognizes Mr. Lopez of Bear for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today I'm proud to recognize the leadership of St. Mary's University, a cornerstone of academic excellence, service, and opportunity in San Antonio, and actually across the state, country, and world, I would offer. Founded in 1852, St. Mary's is the oldest Catholic university in Texas, with a proud tradition of serving Hispanic students and building ethical leaders committed to justice and community. Please help me welcome the university and its 14th president, Dr. Gervais, who's, I believe, standing on the northern side of the gallery here. Welcome to your house. He assumed the role in 2024 after 12 years of transformational leadership as Dean of the School of Science, Engineering, and Technology. Under his leadership, St. Mary's opened the Blank Shepherd Innovation Center, launched a new nursing program, and expanded degrees in public health, biomedical research, and medical genomics, bringing world-class facilities and opportunity to the heart of San Antonio, and in particular the West Side, and in my district, 125. St. Mary's is also a national leader in cybersecurity, a top-ranked university for social mobility, and home to one of the best law school advocacy programs in the country. We're grateful for that. The institution is not only does it educate the next generation, it serves with students logging over 70,000 hours of community service each year, embracing values rooted in faith, sustainability, and the common good. St. Mary's is San Antonio proud and Texas proud, and today we are proud to honor their legacy, leadership, and continued commitment to excellence. Please help me welcome them as they stand for recognition. Thank you. And behind it as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose for a motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend all necessary rules and take up House Bill 907.
Members, you've heard-
Resolution 907.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 907 by Rose, recognizing April 23rd, 2025 as Balch Springs Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. Today, I rise to recognize the city of Balch Springs. Today is Balch Springs Day at the state capitol. Okay, cap members? I see them. Today, joining us, we have the Mayor, Kerry Gordon, we have Council Member Tartisha Hill, and we have Constable Deanna Hammond. Balch Springs is, that's right. And I would like to ask all the other citizens of Balch Springs to please stand as we do this resolution. Stand up. That's right, stand tall and proud. Balch Springs is a city located in District 110 that I've had the pleasure of representing since I've been in the Texas House. It's a small town filled with charm and big city amenities where looking out for your fellow neighbor is always the way of life. It was founded in 1870s by John Balch, who fought for Texas independence in the Battle of San Jacinto, and in other conflicts, John settled in the area after the conflicts. John settled in the area with his family on a land that contained a permanent spring. And so today, Balch Springs is a city that have about 27,000 residents, and it offers a very attractive alternative for families looking to retain access to a larger metroplex, as well as the values that accompany a close-knit community. Our Balch Springs leadership has proposed bold vision for the development for the next 5 years, and they're working on funding mechanisms to develop a city master plan to reimagine downtown, additional park improvements, a new state-of-the-art recreation center, a new police building, and 2 new fire stations. Members, the city of Balch Springs is on the move, so please join me in welcoming them to their state capitol today for their Balch Springs Day at the Capitol. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Ms. Bowers moves to add all members' names to the resolution. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia of Bear for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we honor Crystal Bates, a visionary leader and the 3 powerhouse organizations she leads, C. Bates, the Coppell Rotary Club, and DFW Metro NAACP. As president and founder of C. Bates, Crystal created more than a nonprofit. She created a platform for empowerment, service, and healing. C. Bates is where hope meets action and lives are changed as a result. As president of the Coppell Rotary Club, she made history. Crystal is the club's first African-American president in 41 years, and under her guidance, the Rotary has seen record growth, greater diversity, and an unprecedented rise in women stepping up to take leadership roles. And through the DFW Metro NAACP, which she founded in the 2020 and now leads in her 3rd term as president, Crystal has given voice and vision to a new generation of civil rights activists and advocacy. From community actions to legislative engagement, this branch is setting the standard for what bold, grassroots leadership looks like. Crystal, your leadership inspires change. Your organizations amplify it. Together, you're shaping a stronger, more just future, and we humbly thank you. Please join me, members, as we welcome Crystal Bates along with C. Bates, the Copper Rotary Club, and the DFW Metro NAACP to the state capitol. Oh, y'all stand up. There we go. Thank you. You want to go take a picture?
Chair recognizes Mr. Hopper for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I have the honor of recognizing Texas Women's University Athletics for an extraordinary season of national athletic excellence. Across 3 major women's sports, gymnastics, baseball, and dance, the Pioneers have not only broken records, but they've also set a new standard for excellence, resilience, and what it means to represent Texas on the national stage. First, I would like to congratulate TWU's gymnastics team who claimed their 13th national championship, a lucky 13 that cements their legacy as a true powerhouse in collegiate gymnastics. TWU remains the only university in Texas that competes in NCAA gymnastics. Their continued dominance on the national stage is a testament to the strength and legacy of this outstanding program. Head coach Lisa Bowerman was named Coach of the Year, and her assistants were equally honored for their leadership and excellence. Second, I'd like to highlight the Pioneer Pride dance team, who is just in their 8th year of competition, earned their first ever national championship. They brought home first place in the Spirit Rally division of the NDA Nationals and received the Innovative Choreography Award, which speaks in their creativity, discipline, and artistry. From pom competitions to national finishes, these young women represented TWU with pride and passion. And finally, the TWU women's basketball team reached the NCAA Division II Regional Championship game for the first time in program history. Along the way, they reached new heights, competing in their first Sweet 16, Elite 8, and Final Four, and hosting and winning the Division II South Central Regional Tournament. I would like to recognize the following athletes that are in the gallery, and first of all, I'd like to ask for Chancellor Crean Fenton to stand up and be recognized. Athletics Director Sandy Mott, basketball Ashley Ingram and Kayla Glover, gymnastics Caroline Bones, Emma Berklick, Steely King, and Pioneer Pride dance team Leslie Nunez and Olivia Arce. Members, these victories represent more than trophies and titles. They symbolize opportunity, commitment, and what happens when student athletes are given the resources and support to succeed. Please join me in congratulating Texas Women's University, its administration, coaches, and most of all, its remarkable student athletes. The entire state of Texas is proud of you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Aisha Davis of Dallas for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Please join me in giving a powerful welcome to the NAACP Legal Defense Fund and their advocates from across the great state. Founded in 1940 by Justice Thurgood Marshall, LDF is the nation's leading civil rights legal organization using the law, research, and people power to fight for justice. Before Brown versus Board, Thurgood Marshall represented Marion Sweat, a student denied admission in UT Law due to his race. Thurgood Marshall took that case to the Supreme Court and won, desegregating UT Law in 1950. Since its inception, LDF has never stopped pushing from the courtroom to communities across this country. LDF has shaped this course of justice, and they're still in the fight because freedom is never finished. Let's show our deep gratitude and respect. Welcome to your Texas House.
The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 503.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris for recognition.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'd like to recognize an organization known in Houston known as Pure Justice. You will see there in the red and yellow. It's a Houston-based nonprofit focused on criminal justice reform and economic equity for low-income communities. Founded in 2015, it uses civic engagement, participatory defense, and public education to fight systemic injustice. Their group also runs voter outreach, legal clinics, and community safety campaigns aiming to reduce incarceration and empower impacted people. Some of their initiatives include participatory defense programs that support individuals facing criminal charges, voter and civic engagement campaigns aimed at increasing political participation among marginalized populations, and the RISE campaign, which advocates for community-based public safety alternatives. In 2023, Pure Justice's efforts contributed to the dismissal of 6 criminal cases and the prevention of 4 life sentences, collectively saving clients 331 years of incarceration. I just want to give a shout out to Pure Justice. Please stand. You want to say anything? You want to say anything, Ms. T? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your civic engagement. And welcome to your state capitol, and thank you for participating. I know you're here today working on affordable housing, which is a huge impediment to being able to get a job and take care of your family. So thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I'm proud to join my colleagues and I know Representative Aisha Davis in recognizing April 23rd, 2025 as NAACP Legal Defense Fund Day at the Capitol. Today we celebrate the exceptional members of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund who are visiting their capital and fighting for racial justice. The Legal Defense Fund is the country's first and foremost civil and human rights law firm. U.S. Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall founded this organization in 1940 to address the nation's rampant state-sponsored racial inequality. Since its creation, the Legal Defense Fund's mission has always been transformative to achieve racial justice, equality, and an inclusive society. LDF continues to lead the fight in advancing civil rights in our state and country. I'm immensely grateful for all the work and advocacy LDF does for us. It is an honor to recognize them today. I'm so proud of their contributions. Members, thank you for this great recognition, and we appreciate LDF.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones.
LDF, would you please stand and be recognized? Thank you all so much for your exemplary work. We appreciate you, what you do at the state and the national level to help fight for racial justice in our country. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones.
And I'd also like to thank you. The NAAC, the branch in Houston sits in House District 147, which I'm honored to represent. And I will tell you, when I was in law school, and even when I first graduated from law school, I actually volunteered in the legal clinic there. So we fought against slumlords. We helped people whose children had been taken away or they were trying to take away because they were poor. So, and we also worked with the Ryan White Foundation in order to help people who had full-blown AIDS be able to get their wills done because people did not want to help people who were dying of AIDS with T-cell counts 200 or less be able to get their affairs in order. So I am so thankful for the NAACP because the NAACP helped me to understand how important it is to use whatever tools you have, which in my case, it was being a lawyer, help people who otherwise did not have access to lawyers. So thank you. You had a free legal clinic every Saturday. So it was when people were not working. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes Miss Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to acknowledge a very special person who's walking right here through the gallery, Ms. Demetria McCain, who serves as the Director of Policy for the Legal Defense Fund. And so I just want to acknowledge her and her great work. She's done work in affordable housing, working with inclusive communities. She worked with the HUD. She's done a lot of great things to help communities, vulnerable communities, and I just wanted to acknowledge her and thank her for all of her work. All right. Of course she's Delta Sigma Theta.
Ron, don't be making her say all that extra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Ways and Means will meet today upon adjournment in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider SB 1058 and SB 1415.
Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill, please be ready. Chair lays out on third reading SB 365. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 365 by Eckhart relating to the period for which an applicant for admission as an undergraduate student to a public institution of higher education is entitled to an academic fresh start.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, instead of requiring prospective students to wait 10 years before utilizing Academic Fresh Start, institutions may choose a number of years from within a range of 5 to 10 years to make Academic Fresh Start available. Move passage.
The question occurs on the final passage of Senate Bill 365. A record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Ms. Ward voting aye. Ms. Hinojosa voting aye. Ms. Wiener voting aye. Ms. Gonzalez voting aye. Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 4 nays, Senate Bill 365 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1786. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1786 by Creighton relating to public higher education.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the House Bill 8 cleanup bill, the community college funding bill, and I appreciate your support on it. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1786. The record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Justice Ward Johnson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 139 ayes and 7 nays, Senate Bill 1786 is finally passed. Chair lays out on second reading SB 5. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 5 by Huffman relating to the creation of the Dementia Prevention and Research Institute of Texas.
Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock to explain the bill.
I'm glad to have you up here. I always like anybody. I'm glad. You bet I was. Okay, I got a lot of stuff. Have you seen what we put on the desk?
Yeah, I saw it.
Mr. Speaker. No, the constitutional amendment, y'all. We're going to vote on the bill. All right. Mr. Speaker, members, Senate Bill 5 sets up the Dementia Prevention and Research Institute of Texas, better known as DEEP, to drive innovation and research on dementia-related disorders. Deeper focus on innovation and research on Alzheimer's, which is what most people know about under this provision, and on Parkinson's. And what we've got is an umbrella on all those people that are doing that, but mainly in the bill, if you look at it, we put the three different parts in there. If you look, since Alzheimer's is the one that people were focusing on, if you look in there, it's mentioned 34 times and on the ballot language. In this, it allows for the prevention or the research institute to take the $3 billion that are being allocated to it, which is going to be $300 million per year in grants, and up to 10% for those who are used for prevention. And so the grants are allocated by them. There are 3 members that will be appointed by the Speaker, 3 members by the Lieutenant Governor, and 3 by the Governor, and the Governor will appoint the chair. And these people will pick the grants then. They'll have a committee that allows them to interview and decide what will be granted money and what won't. And it allows the comptroller to credit the interest on the fund to go back to general revenue, which is different than what we did in CPRA, the cancer program that was done in 2007. So basically, what this does, it has a constitutional amendment that's attached to it, which we're not going to vote on today. We're going to do like the other constitutional amendments. The Democrats don't want it.
Not all the Democrats. I want it.
Okay, well, maybe I'm being told we are going to vote on it.
The deans are discussing.
Okay, so the grants will not be covered. Sorry, but this is different than CPRIT in that there were salaries could be paid in there on the projects they funded. This does not allow salaries to be used, which I think is probably a positive, because every dollar that's allocated will be used for the project that we fund instead of in salaries, which a lot of grants are done that way. So that's basically where we are. The appointees shall be a person who is either a physician or a scientist with extensive experience in the areas in which the bill talks about. There's a file on your desk right there that gives you all the background about what DEEPR is going to do. And let me quickly say, because they're wanting to move passage over here, if you look at the map that's in there, that tells you where all the different areas of the state and what the percentage is that have the death rate due to Alzheimer's.
Move passage.
I move passage.
Move passage.
Huh? Well, let's talk. Let's talk to them. They told me they weren't going to let us do it. Okay. We'll go talk to that group back there. Okay, that's fine.
Mr. Harrison in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would love to find a cure for dementia. I think every member of this body would love to find a cure for dementia. Every Texan would love to find a cure for dementia. But I do not know what part of stop growing government and give people back their money this body clearly does not understand. We are going to stand up and create an entire new government agency today. How many is that just this week? I have literally lost track of how many new government programs and agencies this body has created just this week alone. As President Trump is cutting and shrinking the federal National Institute for Health, it appears that the Texas House wants to stand up a Texas version of the NIH. We're going to stand up a Texas NIH just as Trump is cutting the federal NIH. This is the exact opposite of the Trump agenda, and I want to be very clear about that. This takes $3 billion of the surplus which, by the way, we only have, I want to be really clear about this, not because we have been fiscally responsible, but because we have overtaxed Texans and we're sitting on $24 billion of their dollars. This takes $3 billion of that, and instead of returning it to the taxpayers of Texas, this doubles down on corporate welfare and crony corporatism. This is corporate welfare on steroids. And by the way, the money in this grant program doesn't even have to go to healthcare, doesn't even have to go to research. I mean, somebody's got to pay for the 55 bureaucrats that this bill authorizes. This authorizes the construction of buildings. Guys, we are going to make government contractors very rich, while it's very unlikely we're going to find a cure for dementia as a result of this bill. This is a classic case of government picking winners and losers. And by the way, government sucks at picking winners and losers. Why just dementia? Something that never gets talked about, even if this were the role of government, which it's not, something that never gets talked about is the opportunity cost of doing something, okay? We never talk about that. What good could be done in the private sector with the $3 billion instead of the government taking it, handing it to bureaucrats to spend as bureaucrats see fit? What kinds of cures could we find? What kind of therapeutics for other diseases such as Lyme disease, diabetes, multiple sclerosis, many different kinds of cancers, Crohn's disease, cystic fibrosis, lupus? How many cures or therapeutics could we find for those diseases? Why are we selecting a winner here, and why are we picking winners and losers? We should not do that. Think about all the money that taxpayers are not able to give to charities or to nonprofits to help people with dementia because we are stealing billions of dollars from them. I want to be clear about this. I trust free markets, I trust free people, and I trust free enterprise far more than I trust government bureaucrats. Dementia is a problem. It's a real problem. But I do have to remind this body, and it feels like I have to remind this body every day, that the solution to every problem in our society is not a new government program, a new government bureau, or a new government agency, yet that's exactly what we're doing. When free Texans invest their own money, they have a much stronger incentive to get results than government bureaucrats do. In this misguided pursuit of doing something that might possibly be good, we are doing something that is definitively bad. We are making every Texan more poor. And we are keeping property taxes, I want to say this real slowly. This bill keeps property taxes and makes property taxes $3 billion higher than they would otherwise have to be. And let's talk about how we're paying for this real quick, guys. We are cooking the books. You will notice we're doing this through a constitutional amendment. What that does is it allows a permanent funding stream that a future legislature doesn't have to vote on, and it allows us to skirt the constitutional spending cap. So I'm going to summarize with 3 points real quick, and then I'll be done. Here's the main points, guys. The Texas government is already spending too much money. The Texas budget continues to grow faster than average taxpayers' ability to keep up with it. Adding more spending, even for well-intended causes, is fiscally irresponsible without corresponding offsets or reforms. And let me be clear, this bill has no offsets or reforms. Taxpayer-funded spending on specific diseases distorts markets. Public subsidies can crowd out private investment, slow innovation, and create opportunity costs, as I have previously discussed. Texas should focus on having the lowest regulatory and tax burden in America so that all sectors, including every individual, nonprofit, for-profit corporation doing medical R&D, will flock to Texas, and we can find cures for countless other diseases and therapeutics that could benefit all Texans, not just some. And then finally, this drains resources from real property tax relief. Every dollar we're spending in this bill is a dollar that is not being used to start eliminating property taxes for Texas families, including Texas families who are struggling to care for family members suffering from dementia. The best thing the Texas government can do, and what we should do, what we must do, is let people keep more of their hard-earned money and give back the billions of dollars that we have already stolen from them. Respectfully, I urge you to vote no.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Harrison, are you opposed to investment in dementia research?
I support investment into research regarding dementia and all kinds of other diseases.
Do you support people privately donating money for a cause such as this?
Not only do I support people donating privately for a cause such as finding a cure for dementia, but also treatments for dementia. Also, I want to maximize Texans' ability to help their loved ones who are suffering from dementia, and the best way we can do that is to give them $3 billion of their money back so that they can have more freedom and more opportunity to privately seek cures and care for their loved ones suffering from dementia.
Mr. Harrison, do you oppose private industries investing in finding a cure for this horrible disease that hurts so many Texans and their families?
It's a great question, and not only do I support private industry putting money to find cures and treatments and preventions for dementia and every other disease, we should be pursuing policies that incentivize that, and the best way to do that is not by giving government bureaucrats $3 billion to waste on contractors. It's to maximize it's to allow Texas to have the lowest tax burden, the lowest regulatory burden, so that Texas could become the biopharmaceutical manufacturing and R&D hub, not just for America, but for the entire world. And that is the opportunity cost that this bill ignores.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. I appreciate it.
Thank you for those questions, Representative Money.
Chair recognizes Dr. Alverson in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. So my perspective on this legislation is somewhat different, and I just wanted to share with you as a physician. I have talked to many of you through the sessions. We've had conversations, and you know that I have deep concerns about the status of medical research in this country, how it's funded, and whether it is free of ethical conflicts. And with all due respect, I do obviously not support the idea of growing government, but I think there comes a point in time in which we have to be intellectually honest with ourselves and say that if we're concerned about, and I know that you are, concerned about the rise of pharmaceutical industry spending money to fund research, which always seems to point to a particular drug as being the next miracle cure, and then we find out after the fact that indeed it wasn't. The only solution to that problem is to provide an independent, non-conflicted source of funding, because, members, I'm going to tell you that medical research should never be like the arts, where essentially the patrons, the ones that fund it, are the ones that decide what art is. I don't want science to be the relentless pursuit of whatever the patrons of science decide science is. I want science to be the relentless pursuit of truth and of fact, regardless of whether that sells drugs or doesn't sell drugs. And so I'm going to ask you to take a leap of faith with me as conservative members in this House, if you're listening. At some point, we have to stand up and say, look, enough is enough with the conflicted research, with the studies that show that this drug is a miracle cure when it's not, with the retractions, with the studies that have to be pulled down because we realize that, in fact, the study was designed with the conclusion already in mind. They already knew what they were looking for, and they created a study that gave them exactly the outcome that they were looking for. There is only one solution to that problem, and that's to provide funding for science that is free of conflict. I love free markets, but free markets are often driven by profit. And that's how capitalism works. And science doesn't work very well under those conditions. Science is bad science when it's funded by those who are looking for secondary gain. So I just respectfully ask you to support this bill and vote with me on this.
Mr. Schoolcraft, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Does the gentleman yield for questions? The gentleman yields.
Dr. Alverson, I mean, this is a sincere question for me. I'm trying to figure this out.
Yes, sir.
I know that drug manufacturers do spend billions of dollars on research. I understand we can't always rely on it, but I know that's a massive market if anybody actually ever discovers a way to treat dementia. what would we be doing that those companies wouldn't be doing when it comes to research looking for a cure?
Well, I think the best way to answer your question, Representative, is to talk a little bit about the successes that CPRIT has had in terms of uncovering a whole new field of curative therapies for treating cancer, which were funded by dollars that not this legislature, but the legislature provided for research, which did the basic science free of ethical conflict, that then led to the discovery of treatments that later on became Nobel Prize winning research. And so, again, you get what you pay for. And if you're paying for the research, you're going to get a study that says that whatever it is you're selling works. And I don't want to see our medical research community continue to be taken hostage by that. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't study drugs, that we shouldn't study their effectiveness. But when the desire to understand the process of disease, to understand what causes it and how to cure it, is solely driven through profit motives, we're going to get very bad research. And that's what I'm fearful of. And so I see this as a way to break free of that entirely and provide a source of funding where we get good quality research, we get the foundation set. There probably will be studies that will get funded by interested third parties that result from breakthroughs that are discovered through this program, just as there were in CPRIT.
Okay, I just thought of something that might be an answer towards my question, which is, I personally think there might be a link between food and dementia, what we're eating. I'm guessing a drug manufacturer wouldn't be researching that.
I think that's unlikely, and you raise a very, very good issue, Representative, that respectfully, we are waking up to the fact that what you put in your body every day, what you eat, has a lot of effect on your general health. And historically, those studies have been very hard to do and very hard to fund because, again, there's not a secondary gain there. Unless you're a food manufacturer who just wants to sell highly processed food, and then you might fund a study that says that Twinkies are good for you.
One last question. Do you know if there's anything in the legislation that would prohibit outside influence, i.e. partners by drug manufacturers such in this research?
I'm not sure if that specific prohibition is in there, but I know that this legislation is patterned after the Cancer Research and Prevention Institute of Texas, the CPRIT model. And it's been highly successful and has remained very free of ethical conflict throughout the time that it has provided research funding for medical research.
Okay.
So it's a good model. We're using it already. It works. We're not reinventing the wheel here. We're trying to tackle a second medical crisis in our state using a model that's been proven.
Okay. I'm just gonna go on the basis that I hope they will be researching things other than drugs, and that might be research that would not otherwise be funded, but otherwise from the system on. Okay.
I would say to you, Representative, I believe very strongly that DPRIT is probably the best shot at getting research like what you're talking about funded. Because to your point, industry's not paying for that.
I think I've talked myself into voting for it.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I have to speak on this bill and hope that every one of you will vote for it. Laredo, the city I represent, has the highest rates of Alzheimer's in the state of Texas. Regrettably, it's not something I'm glad about, and the 5th highest in this country. And I have worked with folks from Laredo so closely, people that are on the National Alzheimer's Board. Joe Arciniega, thank you, Joe, for all that you've done. Javier de Anda, who's brought attention to this. And members, I have worked so hard in my career to make sure that the money that we have here that belongs to the people goes back to the people. I worked very hard on property tax relief, and there are moments like this when we should give this money back to the people in a way that is meaningful, in a way that will save lives, in a way that will help them, Not just those who are afflicted with Alzheimer's and dementia and other brain-related diseases, but their whole families, their whole friends around them. You know this. If you know anything, you know that when someone is afflicted, Mitch Little, you know this. You know this, Mitch. You know you ought to vote for this. When someone is afflicted, okay, it affects their whole family. It affects their whole community. We have to do more, and we can. And we can. And let me tell you something. My friend Dan Patrick over there in the Senate, you think he's liberal? You think he's liberal and just throws money away? You think that's what Dan Patrick? No. And he's championing this. What does that tell you? The governor, you think he's liberal? I got news for you. He's not. And he's for this. So my friends, some of my friends who are Republicans over here, Nate, you feel like you got to be against almost everything. That means you're not against everything, just almost everything. But this is one where your staffers who are working on their recommendations are wrong. Your staffers are wrong about this one. This is one where the $3 billion that we will invest, Schoolcraft, you're right, not just for medication, but for all kinds of research that will help us figure out how we can stop this. We're about to be hit in this country and this state by what's called a silver tsunami. Baby boomers, and you're going to see rates of Alzheimer's and dementia continue to go up. Members, this is an important step in the right direction. The most conservative politicians in this Capitol support it. You ought to support it too. The most liberal ones, I hope, support it too. I don't know, but I hope so. But this is very important, members, so I hope that you will vote for it. I understand when you want to get up here and talk about throwing money. This ain't throwing money away. This is giving the people back their money in a way that will save lives. Thank you. Thank you.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails. Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson in support of the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, for the benefit of our freshman members, I'd like to reiterate some information. This would be the 4th time we voted on this bill. The problem is we have not had success across the hall, but it looks like we're going to have success across the hall. Let me just tell you something about why this bill is here before you today. We want to give people a quality of life on the front end of their lives as well as on the back end of their lives. We believe that this research is going to help us to find those triggers that are causing the problems of Alzheimer's and dementia in people. Mr. Speaker, may I get some? Thank you. Thank you.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
I want to finish putting some stomp on this bill. I want to thank some people. Back when Speaker Bonham was Speaker, he gave me the privilege of filing a brain research bill. And this body voted for that bill, and it voted for the constitutional amendment as well, of $3 billion. Speaker Phelan, during his 2 tenures, extended me the privilege also, and this body voted for the bill and the constitutional amendment, $3 billion attached. We're not just spending money for the sake of spending money. We want to find cures, answers, protocols, things that's going to benefit these people who are impacted with it. But we want to be able to stamp it out. That's the reason why Dr. Greg Bonham, every session that I filed this bill, has been the first joint author of this bill because he knows the importance of this research. Each one of you know someone, either in your family or your constituents, who are impacted by this disease. And there's nothing wrong with this. This is, to me, a dream come true. I've been working on this issue for 8 years. This is a carve-out. The Speaker has given me the opportunity to file this bill, but I'm going to help Dean Craddock, Speaker Craddock, pass his bill because the Lieutenant Governor has said that this is something that we should do, and we should be about the business of trying to get research done to give a better quality of life for our citizens here. So I'm urging you to vote for this. If you're not going to vote for yourself, vote for your constituents who are impacted with this disease. And I think that you're going to be casting a vote that we've been casting. And by the way, those votes that I got for the last 3 sessions have been votes from Democrats as well as Republicans. Because when this disease happens to you, it doesn't pick a Democrat, independent, or Republican, it picks people. And we want to help to resolve problems that impact people. That's what we're here for, and that's what you want to do. So I'm asking you to vote for this bill. Vote aye.
Speaker Craddock to close on his bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, I think Sinfronia summed it all up. We've worked and worked on this, and let me tell you, I want to thank my wife who's sitting up in the gallery because she spent a lot of hours working on this deal for us. And thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
If the gentleman yields for questions.
Gentleman yield for questions.
Gladly.
He yields.
Thank you, Speaker Craddock, for bringing this bill. I mean, and the effort that y'all have put forward. I just have one concern that maybe you can clear up for me. So this is a competitive bid process to where we're going to grant money to, for instance, a UT or a UT Southwest or somebody. Is that how it works?
Right, but they're going to have to go before the committee that's here and lay out their program. If the committee says no, then they don't get it.
So at some point, they get a lot of money to if they're the ones that the committee goes before and they're approved by the committee, they get all that money and then they perform the research. Is that correct?
That's correct.
My question is, who owns that research at that point, and who profits from it? Because if they're going to own a patent now, does the university, does whoever did the research own the research?
No, the state does.
The state owns the research.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, members, just thank you for everything. Thanks for all the work that's been done. I appreciate your vote, and please vote aye. Thank you.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 5. A record vote has been requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Show the speaker voting aye. Speaker Craddock, aye. Mr. Curry, aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Thompson, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 127 ayes and 21 nays, SB 5 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading SJR 3. The clerk will read the resolution.
SJR 3 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the establishment of the Dementia Prevention and Research Institution of Texas, establishing the Dementia Prevention and Research Fund to provide money for research on the prevention and treatment of dementia and related disorders in the state, and transferring that fund $3 billion from general state revenue.
Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SJR 3 until 10 a.m. Monday, April the 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading HB 14. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 14 by Harris relating to funding mechanisms within the Office of the Governor and Texas Public Utility Commission to support the deployment of advanced nuclear reactors in the state.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Texas Advanced Nuclear Deployment Act, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 14. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Mr. Kitzman voting aye. Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 134 ayes and 9 nays, House Bill 14 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 43. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 43 by Kitzman relating to Texas Agricultural Finance Authority and to a study and report on plant diseases and pest outbreaks.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is about the future of agriculture in the state of Texas, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 43. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kitzman voting aye. Mr. Fairley voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 132 ayes and 16 nays, House Bill 43 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 36. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 36 by Bowers relating to the monitoring of certain family violence offenders and the provisions of resources for family violence victims and the collection of information about conditions of bonds imposed in family violence cases and certain other criminal cases.
Chair recognizes Ms. Bowers to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Sharon Radabaugh Domestic Violence Protection Act that requires the use of GPMS tracking. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 36. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 144 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 36 is finally passed. Chair recognizes Ms. Bowers for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise today to recognize my sorority sister, Carol Jocelyn Mayo. Sarah Mayo passed away on October 23rd of 2024 at the age of 80, leaving behind a legacy of service and achievement. We are joined today by family in the gallery, and members, I'd like to call them each out and have you stand, if you will. Cheryl, thank you all for coming all the way from North Texas. Eugene, Malcolm, Cicely, Chase, Jalen, if you all will stand, and Madison Mayo. Carol was born October 7th, 1944 in Louisville, Kentucky. She became the first in her family to earn a college degree, graduated from Kentucky State University, and earned 2 master's degrees, social work for the University of Louisiana and management for Webster University. She devoted 12 years to the Dallas Independent School District and was a supervisor in the Pregnancy Education and Parenting Program. With her husband, Frank, founded our Seasoned Family Services to provide residential care of senior citizens. They were married for 58 years. They raised 3 beautiful and wonderful children that I have the honor of calling family, and she maintained a professional career. She was more than that to the community. She worked tirelessly, whether that was just being an encourager on campaigns and just encouraging us to do the great work in this state. She was affectionately known as Mimi to her four grandchildren, Jalen, Kennedy, Chase, and Madison, and her commitment to education, family values, and community service exemplifies the spirit we celebrate in Texas today. I ask my colleagues to join me in extending our deepest condolences to the Mayo family and welcoming you to your Texas house as we rise today to honor the life and legacy of your mom, Carol Mayo. I have members here that may want to say something. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, if you will join us in rising for a moment of silence. Thank you, members. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 26. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 26 by whole relating to requiring contracts with Medicaid managed care organizations to permit the organizations to offer nutrition, counseling, and instruction services in lieu of other state Medicaid plan services.
Chair has Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 26 makes Texas healthy again by allowing nutritional counseling as an in lieu of service. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 26. As a record vote, clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 132 ayes and 13 nays, House Bill 26 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 149. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 149 by Capriglione relating to the regulation of the use of artificial intelligence systems in the state, providing civil penalties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 149 will create a comprehensive framework around AI that will allow for clear legal pathway and protections for consumers that are harmed. This bill puts a ban on intentionally generated child porn, systems that are used in violent or financial crimes, preventing the encouragement of self-harm, and quite importantly, prevents the implementation of AI-driven social scoring. Now, members, I haven't done this in a while. I have a third reading amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Capriglione.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain his amendment.
Right. You're going to vote for this. All right, Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment adds text-based AI-driven porn bots and chat bots from being able to impersonate underage minors to the list of prohibited use cases. Speaker, I move adoption.
Mr. Capriglione sends up a third reading amendment. It is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to close on his bill as amended.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is probably one of the biggest AI frameworks that any state would pass. I move adoption.
All right. The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 149. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 146 ayes and 3 nays, House Bill 149 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 121. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 121 by King relating to the measures for ensuring public school safety, including the commissioning of peace officers by the Texas Education Agency, public school safety and safety requirements, and the provision of the safety-related resources.
Chair recognizes Mr. King to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 121 is a cleanup bill from HB 3 of last session for school safety. I believe there is an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you.
Amendment by Luther.
Chair has Ms. Luther to explain the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment is acceptable to the author, and it's just that school district employers or employees must report suspected abuse to law enforcement agency outside of the school district police. I move adoption.
Ms. Luther sends up an amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show Ms. Luther voting aye. Mr. Leach voting aye. Mr. Lauterbach voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 142 ayes and 4 nays, House Bill 121 is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. King to close on his bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 121. So record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 119 ayes and 27 nays. House Bill 121 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 206. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 206 by Craddock relating to limitations on a county's authority to require cash bond before approving the construction of a pipeline.
Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a pipeline bill that we talked about yesterday. I move adoption.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 206. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 114 ayes and 34 nays, House Bill 206 is finally passed.
This one's next. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 136. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 136 by Hull relating to Medicaid coverage and reimbursement for lactation consultation.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill establishes lactation consulting as a Medicaid benefit to improve health outcomes for Texans. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 136. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 130 ayes, 16 nays, House Bill 136 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3114. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3114 by Guerin relating to the view of the state capitol.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. This is the bill that allows the University of Texas to build 2 hospitals, and it affects the Capitol View corridor. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3114. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all voted? There being 128 ayes, 16 nays, House Bill 3114 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2733. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2733 by Canales relating the prosecution of the criminal offenses of the prohibited barratry and solicitation of professional employment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that prevents or seeks to prevent online barratry, stop the ambulance chasers online. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2733. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 148 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2733 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1732. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1732 by Hernandez relating to the regulation of massage therapy.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 1732 would make a person ineligible for obtaining a massage therapy license. They have been convicted of, entered a plea of no contest, pled guilty, or received deferred adjudication for indecent assault. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1732. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1732 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3700. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3700 by vote relating to the detection and prevention of fraud, waste, and abuse in the Texas Workforce Commission programs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vo to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 3700 amends the Labor Code to require the Texas Workforce Commission to develop the following system and procedure to detect fraud, waste, and abuse in the administration, provision, and delivery method for a person to report TWC fraud, waste, abuse. With that, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3700. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 147 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 3700 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 476. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 46-7 by Bell of Kaufman relating the procedure for dissolution of the Cedar Creek Hospital District and disposition of district money.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 467 permits the county judge of Cedar Creek Hospital District to place a dissolution election on a ballot and access the funds to establish the Andrew Gibbs Memorial Nursing Endowment. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 467. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all voted? There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 467 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1130. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1130 by Isaac relating the liability of a cavern entity for injuries arising from certain activities.
The chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1130 provides common sense liability protections for cavern operators. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1130. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Isaac voting aye. Have all voted? There being 138 ayes, 9 nays, House Bill 1130 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1846. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1846 by Wale relating to the establishment of the Electric Truck Advisory Council.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an effort to support economic development in Texas and foster innovation in Texas to keep us competitive as major industries begin to bring medium and heavy duty electric vehicles online. I move adoption.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1846. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 96 ayes, 47 nays, House Bill 1846 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1442. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1442 by Howard relating to internet broadcasts or recordings of open meetings.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1442 provides uniform standards for broadcasting and archiving state agency open meetings. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1442. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 147 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1442 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1147. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1147 by Gomez relating to the establishment of the Texas Workforce Commission of a workplace soft skills training pilot program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gomez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1147 relates to workplace training and soft skills in Cameron County, Texas. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1147. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harless voting aye. Have all voted? There being 98 ayes, 48 nays, House Bill 1147 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2176. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2176 by Harless relating to the composition and duties of the Court Security Committee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2176 is the court security bill we heard yesterday. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2176. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 147 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2176 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2701. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2701 by Guillen relating to the construction standards for certain recreational vehicle parks and campgrounds.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this adopts NFPA 1194 safety standards for RV parks and campgrounds. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2701. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Ms. Simmons voting aye. There being 90 ayes, 56 nays, House Bill 2701 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 805. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 805 by Cortez relating to the study of the Public Utility Commission of Texas and the interconnected of the electrical transmission service facilities with the United Mexican States.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill directs the Public Utility Commission to conduct a study on both existing and potential interconnections between our electrical grids. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 805. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 96 ayes, 52 nays, House Bill 805 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2890. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2890 by Patterson relating to an interstate compact for the liquefied natural gas industry.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill we passed yesterday about the interstate compact for LNG, and I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Patterson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the amendment.
This amendment simply changes a shall to a may, and I move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all voted? There being 145 ayes, 2 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2890. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 137 ayes, 9 nays, House Bill 2890 is finally passed.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Are you aware that you have now broken the record for most broken gavels in the history of the House of Representatives? Members, let's give him a hand. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to reduce my remarks to writing and enter the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears no order. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1154. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1154 by Gomez relating to the establishment of a skilled labor task force by certain local workforce development boards.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gomez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would allow Cameron County only to create a task force to prepare for the businesses of the future, which are going to generate in South Texas. Thank you so much. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1154. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kane voting nay. Have all voted? There being 101 ayes, 46 nays, House Bill 1154 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1644. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1644 by Oliverson relating to the use, possession, delivery, or manufacturing of testing equipment that identifies the presence of fentanyl, alpha-methamphetamine, or other derivatives of fentanyl or xylazine.
The chair recognizes Mr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this decriminalizes the possession of fentanyl test strips. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1644. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 147 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1644 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2118. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2118 by Kane relating to the issuance of an oversized or overweight permits for vehicles transporting agricultural commodities during or preceding a disaster.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the bill.
This bill ensures that our agricultural producers and farmers can get the supplies they need during a disaster. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2118. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. There being 145 ayes, 3 nays, House Bill 2118 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1718. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1718 by Plesha relating to the definition of closing for purposes of certain private activity bonds.
The chair recognizes Ms. Plesa to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bill we heard yesterday. All it does is change the definition of closing for certain residential project bonds, allowing for more incremental funding. I appreciate your support and move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1718. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Show Ms. Plesa voting aye. Have all voted? There being 133 ayes, 14 nays, House Bill 1718 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2488. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2488 by Bell of Kaufman relating to conducting certain contested case hearings under the Texas Workers' Compensation System by remote communication.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2488 amends the Labor Code to allow the Division of Workmen's Compensation to hold contested case hearings virtually via video conference. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2488. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Have all voted? There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2488 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2596. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2596 by Metcalf relating the issuance of certain protective orders for certain burglary offenses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2596 spans protection orders for victims of home burglaries. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2596. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all voted? There being 147 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2596 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2468. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2468 by Harris relating to the right of a purchaser to terminate a contract of purchase and sale of a real property for the failure to provide notice that the property is located in a public improvement district.
The chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie to explain my bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill related to the public improvement districts presented yesterday by Chairman Harris. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2468. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Ring the bell. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all voted? There being 142 ayes, 4 nays, House Bill 2468 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 484. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 484 by Lilani relating to the use of cigarettes, e-cigarettes, and tobacco products on the campus of a public institution of higher education.
The chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 484 codifies and gives public institution of higher education clear and legal authority to adopt and enforce tobacco-free campus policy. I move it passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 484. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 100 ayes, 42 nays, House Bill 484 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2578. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2578 by Wale relating to the landlord and tenant dispute information reported by courts and published on a publicly accessible internet website.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an effort to better understand landlord and tenant dispute information at the state level with the tools and funding already at our disposal. Thank you, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2578. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 100 ayes, 46 nays, House Bill 2578 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3204. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3204 by Metcalf relating to the Polytechnic College at Sam Houston State University, including the college's eligibility to participate in certain programs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this establishes the renaming of Josie School of Vocational Education to the Polytechnic College, Sam Houston State University. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3204. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all voted? There being 137 ayes, 7 nays, House Bill 3204 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1041. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1041 by Turner relating to the insurable interests of certain persons providing care to individuals with disabilities and life of those individuals.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that protects Texans with disabilities by prohibiting conflicts of interest, including taking out a life insurance policy on someone in your care. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1041. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Show Mr. Bell of Montgomery voting aye. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all voted? There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1041 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 307. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 307 by Vasut relating to credit toward payment of fines and costs for certain defendants.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill makes community service great again. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 307. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones voting aye. Have all voted? There being 146 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 307 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 685. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 685 by Bell of Montgomery relating to rates established by municipalities for water or sewer services of certain entities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill promotes fair pricing of water and sewer rates by municipalities. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 685. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 685 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 538. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 538 by Bernal relating to student access to certain academic records, authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows students to access their transcripts if they enter into a payment plan with a college or university. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 538. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all voted? There being 91 ayes, 56 nays, House Bill 538 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2525. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2525 by Darby relating the exemption from ad valorem taxation of certain property owned by a charitable organization that is engaged in providing housing and related facilities and services to a person who are at least 62 years of age.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply provides a tax exemption for charitable organizations providing senior housing and services. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2525. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. Have all voted? There being 124 ayes, 24 nays, House Bill 2525 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3125. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3125 by Guerra relating to the establishment by the Texas Workforce Commission of a geothermal energy workforce education and training initiative.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerra to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that passed yesterday regarding the creation of Texas Geothermal Workforce Education and Training Initiative by the Texas Workforce Commission. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3125. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 107 ayes, 40 nays, House Bill 3125 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2027. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2027 by Vasut relating to the authority of the Brazoria County Commissioners Court to execute tax abatement agreements for property within the Freeport District.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Freeport cleanup bill from yesterday. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2027. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 129 ayes, 19 nays, House Bill 2027 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2894. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2894 by Hicklin relating to the provision of the state aid to certain local governments disproportionately affected by the granting of ad valorem tax relief to disabled veterans.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hicklin to explain her bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this is the bill that expands eligibility for reimbursement for communities that have veterans, the disabled veterans exemption. Move passage. Thank you.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2894. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hicklin voting aye. There being 148 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2894 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3077. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3077 by Guerin relating to reports by certain persons involved in the manufacture and distribution of alcoholic beverages for purposes of sales and use taxes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. This bill amends the tax code, repealing the requirement to include the UPC reports. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3077. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. There being 147 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 3077 is finally passed. The chair lays out as House Bill 106 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 106 by King relating to the maintenance of certain improvements associated with oil and gas development and production, authorizing an administrative penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. King to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 106 is part of my wildfire prevention package. During the hearings of the investigative committee on the Panhandle wildfires, there was significant discussion around regulatory no man's land between the utility meter and a well site. In many cases, this portion of electrical infrastructure is not clearly assigned to any one party and is not adequately maintained. House Bill 106 seeks to close that gap by requiring operators of oil and gas wells to maintain any overhead electrical lines that they own or control that are associated with the development of production operations. This allows for clear accountability and enforcement of maintenance with standards which we believe will help reduce wildfires. I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by King.
The chair recognizes Mr. King to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment addresses some concerns regarding the funding of the inspections required in House Bill 106. Essentially, fees collected by people who violate this section of statute, their fines will go into the Oil and Gas Cleanup Fund. I move adoption.
Mr. King sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Have all voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. King to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate your favorable vote, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 106. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all voted? There being 141 ayes, 3 nays, House Bill 106 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 18 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 18 by Van Dever relating to the establishment and administration of certain programs and services providing health care services to rural counties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we hear a lot about the challenges associated with providing quality health care in rural Texas. Since 2010, 26 hospitals have closed, and there will be a 27th day after tomorrow in East Texas. So House Bill 18 is known as the Rural Health Stabilization and Innovation Act, and it defines a rural county as a population of 68,750 or less. So House Bill 18 directs the Health and Human Services Commission to appoint a new state Office of Rural Health Hospital Finance. It also establishes the Texas Rural Hospital Officers Academy, and it creates grant programs including Financial Stabilization Grant, Emergency Hardship Grant, Innovation Grant, and Rural Hospital Support Grant. And then it also changes code for a new rural pediatric mental health care access program. Members, there are Texans who do not currently have access to hospitals and health care services that a majority of us take for granted. We have the opportunity this session to change that, and I believe we can do it with House Bill 18. And Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Toth.
The chair recognizes Mr. Toth to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we are witnessing a disturbing rise in alienating behavior in our children, not just from conflicted co-parents, but from mental health professionals themselves who are inserting themselves between children and their families of origin. Instead of promoting healing and connection, some providers are creating barriers that isolate children from their parents, severing critical emotional ties. This is not therapeutic, it's dangerous. It's psychologically destructive in these child's lives. Research is clear. Children who experience alienating behavior suffer from depression, identity confusion, self-harm, and suicidal ideation. We're seeing it go through the roof. A 2019 study found these children report greater hopelessness, leading risk factors for suicide. The ACE study confirms it. Family rejection is lethal, yet the greatest protection a child has against suicide is from family cohesion. Parents must be part of the therapeutic process, otherwise the work done in session vanishes, and the child is left alone with confusion, pain, and no bridge back to those that love them and care for them the most. And that's what this amendment does.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. Are you aware, Representative Toth, that last session I requested public health to try to stop gender modification of children?
I am.
And I asked questions in committee of psychologists and sociologists. These are medical professionals that have their doctorate, their PhDs. We asked them several questions, the difference between a man and a woman, can a man be pregnant? But one of the questions we asked was, will you continue to socially transition these children if the bill stays the same way it is? And they said yes. Were you aware that they said that last session to me?
We're seeing it firsthand, the amount of Lupron that's being prescribed now all of a sudden is being prescribed under the auspices of precocious puberty instead of the reality, which is they're transitioning children.
And so essentially, in short, this amendment says that the money that goes to this cannot be used to socially transition children, which the medical professionals said they would continue to do under the current law.
Let's understand, though, what's really going on. This is about alienating behavior. So social transitioning can be kind of a catch-all word that can mean a lot of different things. At the end of the day, it's destructive psychological outcome of alienating behavior. It's when a counselor says to a child, tell your parents, would you rather have a live son or a dead daughter? It's when they tell a child, mom and dad can't be trusted with this. It's when they say, "Hey, don't listen to mom and dad, this is who you are, this is who we say you are," which creates alienating behavior. You're taking that which is the most affirming element of a person's identity, which is, for a child, it's mom and dad. And you're alienating them from them.
I think your amendment closes loop on one of the issues. The other is detransitioning. But this closes one of the loops on the bill that we passed last session, which is the social transitioning of children. So I'll be voting yes, and my hope is that not only Republicans, that a lot of Democrats would consider voting on this as well. So I'll be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Move adoption.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Toth Amendment in that it violates the House rules, Rule 11, Section 2.
Please bring your point of order down front. The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson for an announcement.
Yes, want to remind everybody that right now is Capital Commission with Pastor Scott Wall and it's Bible study and Chick-fil-A for lunch. So if you just want to run right upstairs here on 3rd floor, right above the dais. Again, Capital Commission's happening right now with Scott Wall. Please come and have lunch there at Chick-fil-A. Thank you.
The amendment, the point of order is withdrawn. The amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Van Dever moves that the House stand in recess until 1:45. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the House stands in recess.
The House will come to order. Please excuse Mr. Capriglione because of important business on motion of Mr. Frank. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 569.
Members, we are still on House Bill 18. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Toth.
Chair recognizes Mr. Toth to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we changed the amendment to put in a different portion of the bill, which is going to keep us from having a problem with a point of order on it. But again, research consistently shows that children who are experiencing alienation from a parent or family suffer significant psychological issues, including increased risk of depression, suicidal ideation, and confusion about their identity. Move adoption.
Mr. Van Dever on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Representative Toth for working with us on this and other members of this body. This is a very narrow amendment, and I'm just going to leave it to the will of the House and see what happens with it. So that is my intention, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Toth sends up an amendment. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Toth voting aye. Mr. Van Dever voting aye. Ms. Noble voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 88 ayes and 55 nays, the amendment is adopted. Mr. Van Dever to close on the bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, this is rural health care. This is providing access to rural Texas. It's something we desperately need, and I believe this is a great step, first step in the right direction, and I ask you to join me in supporting this bill. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 18. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Van Dever voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 106 ayes and 33 nays, House Bill 18 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 11. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 11 by Phelan relating to occupational licensing reciprocity agreements.
Chair asks Speaker Phelan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's an honor to lay out my first bill since 2019. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate the Speaker giving me a low bill number. House Bill 11 provides clarity by asking TDLR to maximize licensing reciprocity agreements with other states and ensuring streamlined integration of professionals into our workforce. TDLR is directed to identify Texas laws that limit or prevent reciprocity, adopt clear procedures for assessing equivalency of other states' licensing requirements, proactively entering into reciprocity agreements. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And submitting comprehensive biennial reports to the governor. I move passage.
You may need the help. Thank you.
The question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 11. A record vote's been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 146 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 11 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HJR 72. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 72 by Noble proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to provide for an exemption from ad valorem taxation of a portion of the market value of property that is the primary residence of an adult who has an intellectual or development disability who must be related to the owner or trustee of the property within a certain degree of contiguity.
Chair will recognize Ms. Noble to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, most every adult who owns a home in Texas and resides in that home benefits from the residence homestead exemption when it comes to paying property taxes on that home. Unfortunately, we do have a very narrow population of Texas adults who do not qualify for that same benefit, and that population is our adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I understand everyone may not be familiar with the term IDD, but I bet we all know and love someone with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The parents of adults with IDD are the only parents who are afraid to die before their children. Do you hear that? These are the parents that actually have to hope that their children die before they do because they don't know who will care for that child once they're gone. In an effort to care for their adult loved ones with IDD and provide for their future, some parents, siblings, and other family members have purchased a home in which their loved one can live and be cared for on a daily basis. House Bill HJR 72 would extend a property tax exemption just equal to the amount of our existing homestead exemption to a family member who owns a residence for the benefit of an adult with IDD who lives there. Some of our most vulnerable Texans are adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities residing in their own home cannot qualify for the homestead exemption because having a home in their name would cause them to lose some of their federal and state benefits they greatly need and deserve. My legislation requires that to qualify for the property tax exemption, the home must be a primary residence of the adult with IDD and requires that the owner or trustee of the home must be related to that adult with IDD within the 3rd degree of consanguinity. In other words, it has to be a close family member. This bill is simply to give an equivalent homestead exemption to the primary residence of adults with IDD, homes owned by family members, homes that are not currently getting a homestead exemption, properties that are now paying full property tax value as if they are an income-producing property. They're being taxed right now as if they're rental properties, and they are not. Last session, we passed this bill unanimously, both in committee and on the House floor, but it died in the Senate. With the Senate's emphasis on homestead exemptions this session, I am hopeful that this will be a great year for our IDD population. This is a very small number of homes in Texas, but this exemption will be very important to those families as they care for their loved ones.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Meyer, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for
Gentlelady for questions. She
Yes,
yields
I
for
will.
questions.
All right, Ms. Noble, again, who does this HJR affect?
It affects our IDD adults, this population in Texas, which are intellectually and developmentally disabled.
And does this HJR have a fiscal note?
It doesn't because it's so few homes across the state. It's so few homes, but for these families, this may be the difference between them being able to keep their child in that home or putting him in a state facility.
And I think you mentioned you have filed this joint resolution before, is that correct?
I have, and it passed last session out of the House.
And was the vote 142 to 2 last session?
It was.
And then
Yeah.
can you tell the body, did you have testimony in committee on this House joint resolution and the enabling legislation?
I did. We had a lot of folks that came in and then testified about how hard it is to be able to maintain that second home for their loved one and for their care to be, because they have to pay for the care as well. And in fact, one of our own.
Mr. Speaker, I can't hear her.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
I'm sorry, Ms. Noble, you're about to discuss someone who did come to testify on behalf of this and in support of this joint resolution and enabling legislation. Who
We
was that?
actually had one of our, thank you for that question. We actually had one of our own sergeants that works here in the Capitol. Probably everyone knows him, and that has Down syndrome. And his dad came and testified on behalf of this bill because they have provided him with a condo where he is cared for here close to the Capitol. And they pay full, can you imagine, paying full rental property tax on that condo.
Very good. And who are your joint authors?
My joint authors are Representative Bernal, Representative Meyer, Chair Hall, and Representative Manuel. And I'm so grateful for those.
And then please tell the body, why do you feel so passionately about this issue, and in particular this House Joint Resolution?
Well, I had folks come to me and ask me to delay till Monday when many of our constitutional amendments have been delayed too, and I had to make a decision today, y'all. It's not an easy decision. I had to choose between my friends in here and my IDD constituents who are just watching right now to see what happens with a bill that is so important to them. And I beg you to put aside partisan politics and vote with our IDD population that are watching today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Noble.
Thank you.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the lady yield for questions?
Gentle yield for questions.
I will yield for
Gentle
questions.
yields.
Rep. Noble, this is a very good bill, a very good resolution.
Thank you.
This is a very important topic for a community that's been often overlooked.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
And I fully support this resolution.
Thank
But
you.
I called you last night and asked you to just have a brief delay in this bill, correct?
You did.
And
yes.
you agreed and you gave me your word that you would delay it just briefly.
I did, and then
Thank you very
after
much.
talking with my IDD constituents, I decided to choose them, and I apologize that did not happen.
Mr. Little,
but
for what
it was
purpose?
for them.
Will the lady yield for questions?
Gentle yield for questions.
I would be happy
Gentle
to yield for
yields.
questions.
Representative Noble, thank you for bringing this bill. I think this is an exceedingly important loophole to close in property tax law. It is truly a shame that certain individuals, because of their developmental or their disabilities, are not able to capitalize on the homestead exemption that many of us here in the room enjoy. And I believe that this is an important aspect of protecting those people and having their giving them an opportunity to enjoy the same rights that you and I do. Do you feel the same way?
I do. Thank you for mentioning that, because as we are considered a pro-life state, we want to celebrate the lives of those that are different from us. And this is one way that all of us can come together and celebrate their lives and give them the same protections that every other Texan that owns and lives in their home has. So thank you for that question.
And Representative Noble, I think that it's very easy for us to forget that there are families in Texas who have adult children that are living apart from them and trying to live independently and struggling to make their way through the world, parents struggling to take care of those children. Can you think of any reason that we should not pass this bill today?
I don't, and again, for my IDD community that's watching, hi y'all. We love you, and as Texans, as the Texas House, we celebrate you, we celebrate your life, and I'm hopeful that we can set aside our differences today and get this bill across the finish line.
Thank you, Representative Noble. I'll be voting yes.
Thank you. I move passage.
The question occurs in the adoption of HJR 72. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye. Mr. Louderback voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 90 ayes and 2 nays, HJR 72 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 48. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 48 by Darby relating to the creation of an organized oil field theft prevention unit within the Department of Public Safety.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill addresses the rising threat of organized oil field theft. Organized theft rings, including cartel-connected operations, are targeting petroleum products and vital oil and gas equipment across the state of Texas. House Bill 48 provides a solution. It pushes and establishes the Organized Oil Field Theft Prevention Unit within the Department of Public Safety, and the bill will enhance collaboration between the DPS, local and federal enforcement and Railroad Commission, district attorneys, and industry stakeholders. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 48. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 3 nays, House Bill 48 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 27. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 27 by King relating to courses in personal financial literacy and economics for high school students in public schools.
Chair recognizes Mr. King to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 27 requires students to complete a half-credit course in personal financial literacy as part of their social studies graduation requirements. In recent years, growing concerns about financial literacy among adults has led to 26 other states to adopt similar graduation requirements. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 27. A record vote's been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 4 nays, House Bill 27 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 144. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 144 by King relating to the plans for the management and inspection of distribution poles.
Chair asks Mr. King to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 144 requires every...
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of this bill under Rule 4, Sections 40 and 41, and Rule 11, Section 2 of the House rules on the grounds that the committee substitute is not germane.
Bring your point of order down front. Mr. Kane raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for HB 144 under Rule 4, Section 40 and Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that the committee substitute is not germane. The introduced bill related to the management and inspection of distribution poles. The committee substitute adds transmission poles. While the terms distribution and transmission are often used together in Chapter 38 Utilities Codes, this is not always the case, and it is not clear from the substitute's plain language that the addition of the term transmission has no substantive effect. The substitute is not germane because it adds a second distinct proposition into that in the introduced bill. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Pursuant to Rule 4, Section 41, the bill is returned to the Committee on Calendars.
The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 37. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 37 by PLISA relating to the prenatal palliative care provided by certain hospitals, a prenatal palliative care grant program, and a prenatal palliative care hospital recognition program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Plisa to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I am so honored to present House Bill 37 before you today. When a baby is stillbirth, the entire world collapses. Parents who had been preparing for lullabies and first steps find themselves coming home to an empty cradle and picking out caskets and burial plots. Currently, Texas lacks a standard in perinatal bereavement care. With no standard of care, families are left without critical support during one of the most painful moments in their life. This is what House Bill 37 does. It's about giving families the gift of time that cannot be recovered once it's gone. It gives grieving parents, siblings, grandparents, friends, clergy, mental health care professionals, nurses, hospital staff the resources to navigate this unimaginable sorrow. House Bill 37 marks Texas as the golden standard in the nation on bereavement care. This bill will ensure that all Texas families, whether rural, urban, suburban, that they all receive the same compassionate support during one of the most devastating moments of their lives. By supporting House Bill 37, Texas stands with our grieving families and affirms that every life, no matter how brief, deserves to be honored. Mr. Speaker, I have some amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Plisa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Plisa to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill came before you today because I knocked on my neighbor's door. When Katie found out that her baby Everly wouldn't survive, she made the profoundly brave decision to continue her pregnancy. In that hospital room, as she held her child, every tick of the clock became precious. Every second represented the only chance she would have to create a lifetime of memories. I offer this amendment to name this bill Everly's Law in honor of her life, in honor of her courageous mother, and all the empty cradle mothers across Texas. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Ms. Plisa sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lambert voting aye. Show Mr. Dyson voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Ms. Plisa voting aye. Show Ms. Fairley voting aye. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all voted? There being 147 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leo Wilson.
The chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment simply adds teaching hospitals that meet the criteria to be eligible for the initiative and the recognition program. This does not have any significant fiscal impact, and it is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Ms. Leo Wilson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Plisa voting aye. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Show Mr. Van Dever voting aye. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. Have all voted? There being 148 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Plisa to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. All this bill does is it just gives our families experiencing a stillbirth a little bit extra time to say hello and a little bit of extra time to say goodbye. For Everly Grace, I move adoption.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 37. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Show Mr. Van Dever voting aye. Show Ms. Simmons voting aye. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Show Ms. Plisa voting aye. Have all voted? There being 147 ayes, 2 nays, House Bill 37 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1481. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1481 by Fairley relating to the use of personal wireless communication devices by students during instructional time.
The chair recognizes Ms. Fairley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1481, it is a bill that prohibits smart devices from being out during school hours while also maintaining local control. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1481. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 136 ayes, 10 nays, House Bill 1481 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 581. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 581 by Gonzales of El Paso relating to the creation of artificial sexual material harmful to minors.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzales of El Paso to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, imagine being 12 years old and your image is used in making a pornographic video on AI. We have to protect our children as AI technology continues to advance. HB 581 passed out of committee unanimously to make sure that we are verifying the age of users that use AI for sexual content. Also, it makes sure that we have consent, which you know is extremely important when photos are being used to make sexual content, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 581. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schofield voting aye. Have all voted? There being 149 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 581 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1696. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1696 by Canales relating to adding a designation on a person's driver's license or commercial driver's license indicating that the person is licensed to carry a handgun.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you're like me and you're frustrated by having to carry 2 cards, this allows you to have the designation that you are licensed to carry a handgun placed on your driver's license, and that is sufficient. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1696. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1696 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2216. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2216 by Hull relating to procedures and grounds related to the removal and placement of children, including for terminating the parent-child relationship, for taking possession of a child, and for certain hearings in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship involving the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in 1978, Congress passed the Indian Child Welfare Act because Native American children were being separated from their families at an alarming rate. The act, known as ICWA, has long been touted as the legal gold standard for child welfare cases. It is time for all families in Texas to be provided this same gold standard when they are involved with our CPS system. I have a clarifying amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hull.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the amendment.
This amendment clarifies that the department will implement this bill with existing resources and adds language ensuring that service plans maintain the safety of children. Move adoption.
Ms. Hull sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes, 3 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2216. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all voted? There being 135 ayes, 8 nays, House Bill 2216 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1035. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1035 by Tallarico relating to criteria for local option exemption from ad valorem taxation by a county or municipality for all or part of the appraised value of real property used to operate a child care facility.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, last session, Chairwoman Button and I passed a bill through this body to give some property tax relief to child care centers that are at risk of closing throughout the state. But we need to do a quick cleanup. There was some confusion about what kind of leases would be qualified if a child care center doesn't own the property, but the bill required that the relief get passed on to those providers. So this cleans up that confusion and clarifies that the required affidavit must accommodate for something called net lease situations, providing necessary clarification for the law. I want to thank Chair Button and Chair Buckley for their help with this legislation. And I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1035. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Have all voted? There being 102 ayes, 46 nays, House Bill 1035 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1633. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1633 by Gertis relating to criteria considered by groundwater conservation districts before granting or denying a permit or permit amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1633 states that before a GCD issues or denies a permit, they consider the effects that permit may have on exempt wells registered within their district. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1633. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Gertie's voting aye. Have all voted? There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1633 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 742. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 742 by Thompson relating to human trafficking prevention, including training for first responders, disclosure of human trafficking information by certain healthcare facilities, and protection for facility employees who report human trafficking.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this simply requires persons who are firefighters or EMS personnel to complete human trafficking prevention training and to post signs where persons who are victims of it can access help. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 742. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 143 ayes, 2 nays, House Bill 742 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 754. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 754 by Thompson relating to human trafficking prevention, including training or medical assistance, disclosure of human trafficking information by certain healthcare facilities, and protection for facility employees who report human trafficking.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill requires medical assistance to complete human trafficking training and to also post signs where persons who are victims of it can seek help. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 754. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 147 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 754 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1689. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1689 by Gertis relating to the use of certain groundwater export fees collected by groundwater conservation districts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1689 enables GCDs to work together, allowing for interlocal agreements to maintain operability of wells. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1689. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 148 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1689 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1690. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1690 by Gertis relating to application for a permit for the transfer of groundwater out of a groundwater conservation district.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1690 provides additional transparency for landowners that could be impacted by increased groundwater pumping of an export project. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1690. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Gertis voting aye. Show Mr. Raymond voting aye. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. Have all voted? There being 143 ayes, 4 nays, House Bill 1690 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2669. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2669 by Guerra relating to the establishment of a reporting and education program for the dangers of balloons to livestock.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerra to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to raise a point of order on this bill. Against further consideration of House Bill 2669 under Rule 8, Section 1 of the House Rules on the grounds that the caption fails to provide reasonable notice of the subject.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. Mr. Garum, you may continue explaining the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and we didn't mean to take up so much of your time with this. This is a simple bill to protect our livestock. As a rancher myself, I know firsthand the harm that balloons can cause livestock when they eat them. All this bill does is create a reporting system for ranchers to report balloons on their property so we can study the issue and the problem. It includes an outreach effort to the ranchers about the reporting system and a separate outreach effort to the public to educate them about the harms of releasing balloons to the environment. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2669. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Show Mr. Lambert voting aye. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. Have all voted. There being 94 ayes, 50 nays, House Bill 2669 is passed to engrossment.
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 391. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 391 by Bell of Kaufman relating to Board of Directors meeting locations on certain rural area water districts.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 391 provides greater transparency statewide for water district residents by allowing all quarterly meetings to be conducted via teleconference or video conference. Bill reference the Open Meetings Act clarifies that the board may hold regular special meetings through teleconference or video conference, provided at least one board member is physically present at a publicly accessible location during the open portions of the meeting. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 391. A record vote's been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 391 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 517. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 517 by Harris Davila relating to the authority of a property owners associations to assess a fine for discolored vegetation or turf during a period of a residential watering restriction.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill just says that an HOA cannot fine a homeowner for having a brown yard during a drought, and I do believe there are 2 amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Troxclair.
Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to explain the amendment.
This amendment extends the allowable amount of time that the homeowner has to get their grass back in looking great condition from 30 days to 60 days. It takes an average of 6 weeks to restore grass. This is a reasonable time frame, and this amendment is acceptable to the author.
Ms. Troxclair sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Harris Davila voting aye, Ms. Isaac voting aye, Ms. Troxclair voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes and 2 nays, House Bill 517 the amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Isaac.
Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment adds that Property Owners Association may not require homeowners to install grass or turf during a time of drought. I move passage.
Ms. Isaac sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the bill author. However, a record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Harris Davila voting aye. Ms. Isaac voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 147 ayes and 1 nay, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila to close on her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 517. A record vote's been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Rose voting no. Show Ms. Rose voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 147 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 517 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1775. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1775 by Howard relating to reporting information regarding certain evidence collection kits.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1775 until 10 a.m. Monday, April 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1024. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1024 by Shaheen relating to the execution of a warrant issued by certain releasees who violate a condition of parole or mandatory supervision relating to electronic monitoring of the release.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1024 instructs law enforcement to execute as soon as practicable a warrant for the return of an individual who violates their parole while being monitored under what is called the Super Intensive Supervision Program. This tier of parole supervision is for the most heinous acts, such as murder, kidnapping, rape, and indecency with a child. A problem exists, however. Sometimes a warrant is issued for a parole violator, but law enforcement may be delayed in their response, which could place the victim and general public at risk. This happened to a constituent of mine who had been sexually assaulted. Years later, her perpetrator violated the condition of his parole. However, local law enforcement did not respond to the warrant. House Bill 1024 seeks to prioritize superintensive supervision warrants to be served as soon as practicable. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1024. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 8 nays, House Bill 1024 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1607. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1607 by Metcalf relating to license plates and license plates windshield insignia issued for a display on a vehicle, authorizing a fee and creating a criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1607 gives relief to Texas drivers whose vehicles are not built to hold front license plate without drilling into the body, something that can damage the vehicle and reduce its value. This bill allows those drivers to display a rear plate only, paired with the new windshield-based license plate insignia issued by Texas DMV. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1607. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 129 ayes and 17 nays, House Bill 1607 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 252. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 252 by Wale relating to the payment of employment compensation by certain state agencies.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 252 allows state agencies like TxDOT, DPS, Texas Workforce Commission, and Department of Health Services to pay employees in salary groups A through A12 to A17 twice a month instead of just once a month. This change helps recruit and retain entry-level and skilled workers who are used to a more frequent pay schedules as in the private sector. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 252. Record vote has been requested. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 252 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1716. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1716 by Darby relating to the provisions of counseling services by certain providers under Medicaid and reimbursement for those services.
Chair asks Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, let me be clear right away. House Bill 1716 does not expand Medicaid. It does not change who qualifies for Medicaid. It does not add new services, and it does not open the door to new entitlement spending. So, but what it does do is make sure if you have counseling services that they get reimbursed for something for delivering those services to rural Texans. So with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1716. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 112 ayes and 32 nays, House Bill 1716 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1562. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1562 by Hernandez relating to massage student permits.
Chair asks Ms. Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Current statute requires a student enrolled in massage school to hold a permit stating their name and the name of the school. Concerns have been raised that without a photo on the student permit, human traffickers are completely free to swap out the student permits between individuals. This bill would require a photo on massage therapy student permits to help identify potential instances of human trafficking in massage therapy schools. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 1562. Record vote has been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 146 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 1562 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4116. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4116 by A. Davis of Dallas relating to information made available to a relative or other designated caregiver.
The chair recognizes Ms. Aisha Davis of Dallas on her very first bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Thank you for allowing me to lay out this very important bill, my first bill on the House floor. This bill codifies an existing DFPS best practice that goes a long way to assist our kinship caregivers. Kinship caregivers are family members or friends of family who are stepping up to take care of a child who otherwise would be placed in the foster care system. These are families stepping up to keep their loved one from becoming a dependent on the state, saving the state about $100 million every biennium. Currently, DFPS is required to provide a verbal notice of certain information to the caregiver. This bill changes that to a written notice. This is a best practice the department has already been doing. We're simply codifying that here. I want to thank my joint authors, Representative Valerie Swanson, Vice Chair Tony Rose, and Chair Lacey Hull
Ms.
for
Hull,
working
for what
with
purpose?
Does the author yield for questions?
Does gentlelady yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
She yields for questions.
Representative Davis, I think you have a really wonderful bill. Did you know that, I know we have a lot of hazing to get to, but did you know that TCC changed their analysis and moved to support your bill?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, and did you know your bill, correct me if I'm wrong, your bill just codifies current and best practices, is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Because these kinship placements, we want to make sure that we are setting them up for success, and that these kids and these kinship placements are the best possible. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Well, thank you. You have a great bill, and I absolutely love having you on Human Services. Congrats on your first bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
She yields for questions.
Thank you. I have a quick question. Are you from the South?
I am from Mississippi.
Is it Mississippi or Mississippi?
It's Mississippi.
Also, I heard a really interesting fun fact I recently learned. Were you a backup singer or in the choir or did some kind of show tunes?
I was in show choir in high school.
Oh, and were you any good at that one?
Oh, I was the best. We were the best show choir in all of Mississippi.
I heard it was participation, but I'm gonna let you have that one because I love you. And lastly, I wanted to say, in committee, do you come with receipts?
Every now and then.
You're a great member. I'm so happy to be serving with you. I can't wait for you to continue to do more good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Oh, no. I yield for questions.
She yields.
So I'm just trying to figure out, gentlelady, what ungentleladily did you do to get TCC to change their mind on your bill? I mean, did you devote him or something? Like, what's up with that?
I don't think that's germane or relevant to the bill we're laying out here tonight.
I respectfully disagree, but I'm gonna let you make it on that since it's your first bill layout.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentlelady yield?
Does the gentlelady yield?
I yield for questions.
She yields.
For questions.
For questions.
Very good. So Representative Davis, you have a significant other, is that right?
I do.
All right. Are you aware that a few weeks ago I ran into Casey in the elevator and he was very frenzied and rushing because he had to get to a committee meeting where you were laying out your very first bill in committee. Are you aware of that?
I was aware of that. Thank you.
Well, is he watching today?
He is definitely watching today.
Well, I know he's proud of you, and we all want to welcome you to the Texas House of Representatives. Congratulations on your
Thank
first
you.
bill.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Well, I guess she's figured out she needs to yield for questions. So would the gentlelady yield for a question?
I yield
Gentlelady
for questions.
She
Okay.
yields for questions.
Thank you. Representative Davis, are you a member of a sorority?
I am a member of the best sorority, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated.
Oh, I thought it was Alpha Kappa Alpha. No? So you Delta, are you a member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority?
I am not.
Okay. Well, so do you have DeSoto in your district?
I do.
So who has the best football team, Duncanville or DeSoto?
Oh. I plead the fifth.
Is that non-responsive?
I am not advised.
Okay, all right, thank you. So you have one of the best Southwest in your district, right? That's a part of the cities that you represent in your district, correct?
I do.
And aren't you aware that some polls have said that that's one of the best places for African Americans to live?
It absolutely is.
But there's a district in this state that is usually ranked ahead of those cities, right? That some other member represents. Are you aware of who that member is?
I am not.
That would be House District 27, Representative Ron Reynolds. Have you seen that? Have you heard of Missouri City?
I'm not aware of the districts that are below mine. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I'm gonna go search for a point of order since you don't have your facts in order, ma'am. But seriously, before you were a member of the legislature, were you a member of the State Board of Education?
I was.
And did you learn some experience there about public education?
Oh, lots of questions, lots of answers.
Have you used that experience here as a member of this House?
Every single day.
Well, I'm so happy that you're here. Welcome to the State Texas House, and I look forward to voting for your first bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Bowers, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for one question?
Does the gentlelady yield for one question?
I yield for one question.
She does.
So I understand you worked on quite a few bills before you were a legislator.
I did.
And so do you remember in the 88th what bill you worked on with me?
I was very proud to work with you on the Crown Act.
Thank you for your support. Do you remember the first Crown Act bill number?
Oh, no, I actually don't, but that's a good question.
House Bill 392. You testified for that one. But do you remember the House Bill number for the Crown Act that actually passed?
Is it 15? No, I don't.
567.
567,
Thank you for your work then and now, and congratulations on laying out your first bill.
Thank you.
Ms. Zwiener, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
She yields for questions.
Representative Davis, is this your first time to hold elected office?
It is not.
Where were you serving previously?
I was serving on the Texas State Board of Education.
And how long did you serve there?
A little under 6 years.
So you are now almost 100 days into your first term in the Texas legislature. Who do you like better?
Well, I really do miss the State Board because I miss all things education, but I do love it over here.
Well, we're grateful to have you serving with us. Congrats on your first bill.
Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Does the gentlelady yield?
I yield for questions.
She yields for questions.
Thank you. So it's my understanding that you have asthma, correct?
I do have asthma.
When you first moved to Austin after getting elected, did you find that your asthma is triggered more by the Austin Cedar or by ledge drama?
I started using my inhaler all the time, so it is something. I'm not sure.
I also understand that you used to be in show choir?
I did used to be in show choir.
I think I want to move that you sing us a tune or we vote your bill down. Are you going to sing us something today?
I will not be able to honor that request. I'm sorry.
Well, congratulations on your first bill and welcome to the legislature.
Thank you.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
She yields for questions.
Now, Representative Davis, it's my understanding that you have a degree or dual degrees in biology and chemistry.
I do.
And were you going to go into medicine?
I was going to study pharmacy, yes.
And instead, you decided to become a teacher.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for your service, and we're so happy to have you. Now, important questions. I heard you said you're from Mississippi.
Yes.
How many eyes are in Mississippi?
Let's see. It was like 4, I think.
Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Lambert, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentlelady yield for a question?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do yield for questions.
She yields for questions.
Representative Davis, do you have a propensity to like prolific pralines?
I do, and I need some more of them. Please bring more, please.
And where would you say the best place in Texas to get those pralines would be?
They are definitely from your district.
Very good. We're glad to have you in the House. Congratulations.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage. Thank you.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4116. Record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Ms. Ward Johnson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 130 ayes and 19 nays, House Bill 4116 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1866. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1866 by Lujan relating to State Law Enforcement Authority of Federal National Park Service law enforcement officers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 1866 strengthens public safety at National Historic Parks in Texas. Unfortunately, these sites are facing increasing issues with vandalism, drug activity, and other crime. While National Park Service law enforcement rangers are tasked with protecting these federal parks, their law enforcement powers are limited and lack the authority to enforce all state laws. Under current state law, these rangers can't act on crimes like trespassing or drug offenses, and they must defer to local law enforcement, often resulting in delays. This bill addresses this issue by granting the National Park Service Rangers additional powers of authority. I do have a perfecting amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lujan.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment simply specifies that these park rangers can only execute their authority strictly within park boundaries, and this amendment is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Lujan sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 132 ayes and 11 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan.
All right, HB 1866 is a public safety solution that protects our cultural heritage, supports law enforcement, and ensures places like San Antonio Missions remain safe, preserved, and welcoming for generations to come. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 1866. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? 119 ayes and 27 nays. House Bill 1866 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1741. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1741 by Johnson relating to certain proceedings and supervision following certain adjudications occurring in a criminal case.
Chair asks Ms. Johnson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First, I want to thank the additional folks who have joined on today to joint author, including Representative Cunningham, Representative Orr, Representative Guillen, and Representative Moody. When somebody commits a crime and they are found not guilty by reason of insanity, they often go to the state hospital, but they then are supervised by the county where the crime was committed and that can be for the full term of the punishment range. However, right now, we are seeing some judges send that population to your county without your county knowing that they're coming or getting a proper transfer, which allows you to continue mental health services to keep them stable. When they don't have that nexus or connection and they destabilize, they then often commit crime in your community and then have to get shipped back to the state hospital. This bill says to transfer, they need a nexus. They need a reason to send them into your county to do the proper transfer so mental health treatment is not dropped. This is a good bill for public safety and for mental health. Thank you again to the joint authors, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1741. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cunningham voting aye, Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Schofield voting aye. Have all members voted? 149 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 1741 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2103. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2103 by Ashby relating to the adoption of a mental health leave policy for certain jailers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply adds correctional officers to the list of public safety employees entitled to mental health leave so that we can improve our correctional officer retention rates in our state. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2103. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 147 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 2103 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2637. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2637 by Dayala relating to the practice and procedures for summoning prospective grand jurors and petty jurors for the exemption of certain persons from grand jury and petty jury service, authorizing a fee.
Chair asks Mr. Dayala to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in 2023, House Bill 3474 raised the juror exemption age for pettit juries to 75, yet the exemption age for grand jurors remained at 70. This discrepancy has created inefficiencies in jury will management. Today I'm here to lay out 2637, which addresses this issue by raising the grand jury exemption age to 75 years and older. Standardizing exemptions of age will increase the pool of ineligible jurors and allow district clerks to better manage the jury will for both pettit and grand juries. Another issue is that while being convicted of misdemeanor theft or a felony conviction disqualifies an individual from serving on a jury, disqualification is not permanent, resulting in a convicted individuals falling back into the jury wheel year after year. Taken together with other changes, House Bill 2637 will reduce administrative burdens on our county clerks and keep our jury rolls clean and up to date. I do have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dayala.
Chair asks Mr. Dayala to explain his amendment.
This makes minor adjustments to improve the bill and to make it perfect.
Mr. Dayala sends Ms. Weiner for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Dayala. I'm sorry, the amendment just pulled up and wanted to get clarification on exactly how this changes the bill.
How the
amendment changes the bill.
It's a cleanup. Page 4, Section 4B replaces be exempted to, open quote, claim an exemption, and remove, in page 5B, remove, in quotes, or the clerk of the district court. I recommend deleting this subsection age because 75 is not a meaningful milestone for voting purposes. It's really just a cleanup. It's not substantive.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for
Yes.
questions? The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. Your bill includes who can serve on a pettit jury and who can serve on a grand jury, is that correct?
No, this bill doesn't change that substantive law. The current law of who can serve on a pettit jury and a grand jury with respect to certain aspects are the same. The only change is really made is in the age, from 70 to 75. That's the only change.
Okay, and the current law excludes.
Mr. Dutton, we are on the amendment. Are your questions about the amendment or the bill?
I didn't read the amendment, so I guess I'm on the bill.
Let's dispose of the amendment, then he'll answer questions on the bill.
Move passage.
Nope, move adoption.
Move adoption of the amendment.
Mr.
Move adoption.
Diala sends up his amendment. It is acceptable to the bill author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. If all members voted, there being 147 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment's adopted. We're back on the bill. Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Reluctantly, yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
There are two classes of people who are basically excluded from, and I know your bill doesn't deal with this, but your bill does deal with the current law.
Correct.
Regarding who those people are classes of people that are excluded from jury service. And who are they?
There are a number of exemptions. I think if I'm alluding to what you and I spoke of earlier today, it's individuals who've been convicted of a felony in particular are excluded from serving on juries. This bill doesn't change that.
Right, it doesn't change that at all, but it just includes that as a part of the current law, right?
The bill is trying to make reporting and jury rule management, it's very technical in nature, it's not substantive. So substantively, it doesn't really deal with that area of the law other than from a reporting requirement.
Okay, well, I guess my point was simply that I had an amendment that would have dealt with the substantive law. Is that what you were saying? That's the conversation you and I had, right? And so I withdrew it because I was convinced that you were going to make your bill perfect, and I didn't want to make it imperfect, right?
So noted.
All right, thank you.
I look forward to working with you on what we were talking about earlier.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2637. Record vote has been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. If all members voted, Mr. Metcalf voting aye. If all members voted, there being 139 ayes and 8 nays, House Bill 2637 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2884. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2884 by Landgraf relating to the required disclosure of certain financial relationships and civil actions against United States defense contractors.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill requires a claimant funded by a sanctioned or embargoed nation to disclose that fact in its pleadings, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2884. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 6 nays, House Bill 2884 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second read House Bill 3707. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3707 by Craddock relating to the inspection, purchase, sale, possession, storage, transportation, disposal of petroleum products, oil and gas equipment, and oil and gas waste, creating criminal offenses, increasing the punishment for an existing criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3707 until 9 a.m. Tuesday, April the 29th. The Senate bill's over, and it'll be at the floor by then. Thank you.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 503. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 503 by Tupper relating to the eligibility of certain counties to participate in a rural sheriff's office salary assistance grant program and the rural prosecutor's office salary assistance grant program.
Chair has Mr. Tupper to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we have a friendly amendment.
Chair has following amendment. Clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Orr.
Chair has Ms. Orr to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment is a simple change to the grant program allowing paralegals to be included in the list of eligible positions for salary increases for existing staff.
Currently, paralegals are not included on the list. Many rural counties do not need to hire new staff, but rather retain those who have been working hard for our communities. I believe it is acceptable to the author and move adoption.
Ms. Orr sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. A record vote has still been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Tepper voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 130 ayes and 16 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair has Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To get to the guts of it, House Bill 503 makes counties with a population below 400,000 eligible to receive funding from the Rural Sheriff's Office Salary Assistance Grant Program and Rural Prosecutor's Office Salary Assistance Grant Program. This is an overfunded account we'd like to access. The legislature enacted Senate Bill 22, which established 3 grant programs to support the offices of sheriffs, constables, prosecutors in counties with a population of 300,000 or less. House Bill 503 would allow counties with a population below 400,000 to receive funds to support the salaries of their county sheriff's deputies who make motor vehicle stops, jailers, and now paralegals. The bill would also allow a prosecutor's office in a jurisdiction with a population below 400,000 to receive funds annually to hire additional staff and increase staff salaries. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of gross of House Bill 503. It's a record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Ms. Orr voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 113 ayes and 34 nays, House Bill 503 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1089. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1089 by Paul relating to the creation of the Gulf Coast Protection Account to be administered by the General Land Office.
Chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the bill.
Members, this is a refile of a bill that we did last year. That last session passed 149-1 out of this chamber, 31-0 on the Senate. There was a technical difficulty that arisen, so the governor had to veto it, but this is bringing it back. This will set up an account that we could put money in and let it grow while we build the coastal barrier, which will be the largest project ever built in the United States, and this will help us fund it and save money for the citizens of Texas. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1089. A record vote's been requested. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 121 ayes and 23 nays, House Bill 1089 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1757. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 262. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 262 by Perry relating to the eligibility requirements to practice public accountability.
Chair asks Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 262 takes an important step in addressing the workforce challenges in the CPA profession. As the Texas economy and the population grow, CPAs are needed more than ever. This bill introduces flexible pathways to licensing, provides students with an alternative pathway to pursue a CPA license while maintaining great standards to protect the public. I move for passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 262. It's a record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 147 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 262 is passed to engrossment. Ms. Button moves to lay on the table House Bill 1757 on, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2986. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2986 by Moody relating to the authority of the appellate court to lift a stay in connection with the interlocutory appeal.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I hope you all are having a wonderful day. This is House Bill 2986. This deals with stays when interlocutory appeals are taken. There's certain very narrow situations where the stay should be lifted for those narrow purposes so that those things can be adjudicated while the interlocutory appeal is pending. During the committee layout, my good friend Mr. Schofield raised a concern with my bill, as he most often does. and committed to working with me on it, and I appreciate him doing that. And so there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Schofield.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schofield to explain the amendment.
As Mr. Moody explained, one of the purposes of an interlocutory appeal is to protect the litigants from a lot of expense in litigating something that ends up not being necessary when the appellate court rules. So in order to make sure that they don't run up a bunch of expenses, this amendment would make sure that the stay, when it's lifted, is lifted temporarily for a specific and limited time and only for the purpose for which the stay was being lifted. I believe it is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Schofield sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested, however. Clerk, please ring the bell. Show Mr. Moody voting aye, Mr. Schofield voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 147 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to thank Mr. Schofield for making sure that I got this right. It's important to take time to ferret out the nuances of these pieces of legislation, and we do that in a collaborative fashion here in this Texas House. And so I'm certainly grateful for the opportunity to be able to do that here today on this bill, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2986. Record vote's been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 148 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 2986 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 972. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 972 by Noble relating to an exemption from ad valorem taxation of a portion of the appraised value of the property other than a residential homestead that is the primary residence of an adult who has an intellectual or developmental disability and who must be related to the owner or trustee of the property within a certain degree of contiguity.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friends, this is our opportunity to show our love and respect to our IDD friends who live in their own homes and are cared for by others. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 972. A record vote has been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 148 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 972 is passed to engrossment. Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. If you have announcements, please bring them down front.
Damn, I wanted you to roll.
Mr. Moody moves the House adjourn until 10 a.m. Thursday. Is there objection? The chair hears none and the House stands adjourned.